Good morning. Welcome to the Red River Valley Fairgrounds as we begin today's livestock shows featuring Cass County 4-H members and their swine, sheep, goat, and cattle exhibits. Here today, the livestock show is brought to you by the North Dakota Farm Bureau.
It doesn't matter where you grew up or how many cattle or acres you own. Farmers and ranchers are important to all of us. So are those running the elevators, treating animals at the local vet, agronomists, the county ag agent, ag educators, and so many more. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, we're all working together to help agriculture flourish. That's the strength of NDFB, working together for a common cause. We flourish because of the fifth-generation rancher, the ag communications major turned NDFB field rep, and every single person in between. We are the grassroots organization in the state. NDFB, together, we are your foundation for the future.
And we are just about to get started with the swine program, beginning with the breeding gilts. Will be the first classes to come out in the swine breeding, followed by the market classes. Showmanship to follow. It will be swine, sheep, goats, and cattle here today for Cass County 4-H, the order of events on today's shows. Also have the horse show coming up on Tuesday, open class Wednesday through Saturday with the different divisions there for the Red River Valley Fair and the Cass County 4-H livestock shows here today presented by the North Dakota Farm Bureau. The swine show and the breeding gilts will be coming to the ring shortly here to get us started.
as we start out our first class of market hogs. We got our first class of market gilts here. Two individuals that are at that low part of the 100 weights. We're going to start out this class with the black belted gilt individual that as we project her into the future here, she grows and over the next couple months to reach that ideal market weight. I think this is an individual that has got some positives to move in that right direction to the type of individual that we're looking for. She's got some muscle shape down that top. She's got some expression down that top. She's got some thickness. Maybe would like to stone her up, give her a little more base width as we move forward, but a nice individual standing there in first. We'll give her blue. Individual here in second, individual that a bigger scale, bigger body type of individual, individual that maybe we'd like to see her with a little more shape and thickness down this top. Give her a little more muscle expression and whatnot, stone her up just a little bit, but a nice individual for this young lady as a Clover Bud project. Let's give those two individuals a nice round of applause. Across our market gilts here, class that's different in type and kind, top to bottom here. I think there's two individuals that kind of raise to the top here. We're going to start with that half belted gilt over here in the corner that the young lady in the green shirt's driving. Individual that I think gives you just a little more market animal look, gives you a little more muscle shape and thickness down that top, gives you a little more rib shape. Maybe would like to widen her out, give her a little more base width as she travels around the ring here, but a nice individual here to start off this class. We're going to follow with this spot influenced gilt that this young lady over here is driving, probably a little bit bigger scaled, stouter featured individual. I'd like to see her with a little more rib shape blowing out, especially through that middle and lower part of her rib shape. Really come out right behind the shoulder, give her some more rib shape there. She's got some thickness down this top. Maybe would like to see her with a little more thickness there as well, but a nice individual there. We just need to give her, so balance her up, give her a little more meat animal look there. Then we're going to follow with the white gilt that this young lady out here is exhibiting. She just comes up a little bit narrower, lighter muscle as compared to our two individuals above her. We're going to go ahead and give her red today, followed up with the clover butt entry here, an entry that, again, nice entry for this clover butt individual. We just like to see her with a little more ribs, with a little more muscle shape, a little more muscle expression, widen her out just a little bit underneath. Congratulations to everyone in this class. Another nice class of market gilts here. Again, we got some differences top to bottom, and one that does it for me today, young lady here in the corner with a chromed up gilt here, a gilt that's a little bit probably the most expressive in her top shape as we study her down her top. She's got some thickness from behind as she gets out and travels. Maybe would like to see her a little bit wider as she gets out and tracks. We're going to follow with the spot influence gilt right in front of me. Individual that's probably a little bit longer sided, a little bit longer through that front end, maybe gets out and tracks just a little bit freer off those feet and legs, and gives you a little more bone as she tracks. But when you start studying her down her top, she starts rounding in that top line. Doesn't give you the muscle shape and expression, the muscle thickness that that first place individual gives you. A nice individual there to stand in second. We're going to follow here with this red gilt. Another nice individual in class. Individual that's real level in her design. She's got some thickness and down this top. Has got some bone underneath of her. She just needs a few more pounds to compete with those above her in class today. Then we got a couple individuals here that have some structure issues, maybe getting a little bit lighter in their muscle patterns. We're going to utilize the black female here. Again, an individual that's probably, when we start checking boxes, is probably just a little more correct in her structure, gets out and moves just a little bit better than what spot influenced individual is down there. But an individual that maybe comes in a little bit smaller package, we just like to see her with some more thickness and down that top, some more thickness into that ham. Nice individual for that young lady. Again, this spot influenced individual maybe comes with a little more expression down that top, but really gets tight as you start setting her from the ground up. Would like to loosen her up in her structure as she gets out and travels. Would like to level her out in that top line. Again, a nice individual for that young man, but fix a few of those things and she can move up in class today. nice class of market gilts here. Probably the deepest group of pigs that we've come across so far here this morning. And I think the quality is deep here. A few things that start picking things apart. We're going to start off with the young lady in the gray shirt here with her spot influence gilt. Individual that maybe not the real shined up one of the group, doesn't have the really good hair, skin and hair of the others in class, but here's an individual that you get on top of her and she's got the muscle thickness, she's got the shape down her top, she's got enough thickness into this ham. She gets out and travels on the most substance of bone, and she does it on a real free and easy package. Maybe starting to get a little weak on those front pasterns, but that's being real critical of that individual right now. So congratulations to that young lady. For me, next to follow her is going to be the other spot gilt in class. Spot gilt that when you start studying her, she's a long body, really clean made individual. I would like to see her with a little more base width to get up and compete with that first place individual in class. But she's got plenty of bone under her. She's got some thickness down her top. She's got some shape down that top, maybe not quite to the extent of what our class winner was, but a nice individual there. Young man with the belted gilt here is going to fall in third. Really nice individual. An individual that if we study her from the shoulder back, I think she's got some pieces that we really like. We need to fix from the shoulder forward. She gets a little straighter into that front end. She gets a little plainer in her design. We probably don't need to shave that head quite so tight. It kind of enhances some of the features that we don't necessarily like about her. But an individual that's got some thickness down her top. She's got some rib shape to her. She doesn't come with quite as much bone and stoutness as what the couple above her do, but nice individual there to stand in third. The York influenced female here standing fourth. Again, a nice individual, just comes up a little bit shy in the muscle and thickness category. Overall, she's a really nice balanced individual. Give her a little more bone, give her a little more pop and flair. I think she might move up in class today. Weight groups out here. Quickly, the young lady with the smallest female out here, an individual that, as we project her into the future, an individual that's got the pieces to go in that direction. Maybe need to stouten her up just a little bit. But an individual that's got plenty of muscle shape and expression down her top. She's got some muscle thickness down that top. Right now, we just need her to grow and see where she goes into the future. Nice individual there. Then we got the half belt individual, young lady with the green shirt driving. Again, a nice individual, still probably on the lighter side of where we'd like to be in a market class. She's got some pieces, maybe not quite as expressive in her muscle pattern, but we need to give her a little more muscle thickness, but a nice individual there coming out of her weight class. The chromed up gilt that the young lady in the gray shirt's got, again, a gilt that's got some shape and expression down that top. She's got some thickness when you get behind her, maybe gets a little more narrower as you study her from the ground up. Maybe would like to balance her up just a little bit better, but again, a nice individual, real level in her design, structurally fairly correct, gets out and moves real free and easy. The young lady's spot influence skill coming out of the last class, a real heavy structured, heavy muscled individual, thick made down that top. She's going to be your champion market hog today. Congratulations. She fits right into this mix. Again, she's the one that followed that champion market gilt. She's, like I said in class, probably needs a little more base width and a little more muscle thickness to really compete with that class winner. But she's the one that's been worked with really good skin and hair. She's got some rib shape to her. She's long body, level design. She's going to be your reserve market gilt.
It doesn't matter where you grew up or how many cattle or acres you own. Farmers and ranchers are important to all of us. So are those running the elevators, treating animals at the local vet, agronomists, the county ag agent, ag educators, and so many more. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, we're all working together to help agriculture flourish. That's the strength of NDFB, working together for a common cause. We flourish because of the fifth-generation rancher, the ag communications major turned NDFB field rep, and every single person in between. We are the grassroots organization in the state. NDFB, together, we are your foundation for the future.
barrows to start out your market barrow division. We're going to utilize the white barrow that the young lady's driving. Just a really nice prospect type barrow. Really got some features that we like to look for when we're looking at a prospect type of individual. She's got some rib shape, or he's got some rib shape. He's got some base width. He's stout enough featured at this stage of the game. Really a nice balanced type of individual to start off this class here. Young lady's chromed up barrow, barrow that you kind of like for his muscle expression down his top. He's got some depth of rib. We like to stone him up and level him out over that top, but a nice project for this young lady. Let's give these two a nice round of applause. Another nice Class A market barrows here. We're going to lead off with the belted pig here that the young man's driving across the ring here. An individual that is got that market shape to his top. He gets out and tracks fairly free and easy in the class. He's got some thickness of muscle down that top, thickness in through that ham. Nice individual to lead off the class here. Now we get into a little bit of a decision to make, and after talking to the young lady out here, we're going to utilize the red pig here for second. Individual that's got probably an injury of some sort, whether stepped wrong coming up to the scale or whatever might have happened. I was told yesterday he was walking fine, went across the scale fine, and some of those things happen. We deal with it in livestock. It's one of those things, but unfortunately for this young lady, he really challenged that top individual today. I just can't use him based on his structure, on his injury structure issue, but he's the one that's got some thickness and shape down that top. He's got some base width. I just wish he could get out and motor a little better today, but we'll give him second today. We get down to a pair of pigs that are a little more geared towards that commercial type of situation, where we're finishing them in commercial barns, and I don't hold that against them because those individuals have a purpose, and but we need to give them more muscle, a little more shot of muscle in them, get them a little more shape down that top. I'm going to use the more blue butt individual over the other one. He just comes with a little more thickness, a little more shape coming out of this ham versus what the other individual is. He gets a little flatter in his design, a little bit narrower as he gets out and moves. So we're going to give everyone in this class a blue today. Congratulations. these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Again, probably our highest quality set of pigs top to bottom that we've seen so far. We got two individuals out here, and it's my opinion right now, and I'm going back and forth in my head what I'm liking, what I'm not liking, and so different types of pigs, different things to look at. Just briefly talk about them. The blue pig here, an individual you really got to admire for the amount of muscle expression down his top, the amount of thickness he's got, the amount of thickness into his ham. He's got some bone underneath of him. Where I get hung up on him is he gets a little tight out of his hock and wants to not get out and reach quite as well off these rear feet legs. He gets a little too straight up into this front end for me for right now. The young lady's speckled up pig out here. An individual, when he comes out into the ring, he's the balanced pig of the class. He's the one that's real jet level down his top. He's the free moving individual in the class. Does he have anything that absolutely wows you and puts an EST behind it? No, but he's the level design, big ribbed individual. He's the individual that's got enough bone under him. I think he's got enough muscle. He's going to win your class today. We're going to follow with the blue barrel today. Again, if we could fix that front shoulder, relax that front shoulder just a little bit, and give him a little more flex out of these hocks so that he can get out and move. He's going to be a tough one to beat, but really like that pig. We're going to move into this other blue barrel here. Another barrel that I really liked when he came into class. Again, he probably gets a little more restricted in his movement as he gets out and moves. I would like to see him with a little more base width, a little more rib shape right behind that shoulder as he transitions from the shoulder to the rib. But a nice individual there coming out next. We're going to utilize this belted barrel that the young lady's driving here. Again, probably a little bit thicker designed individual than the pig that we just brought out. Maybe an individual with a little more base width and a little more bone underneath of him. I would like to see him stretched out maybe just a little bit and make him a little more expressive in that top shape. He gets a little more plainer in his design. Just would like to clean him up a little bit there. Next, again, an individual that really came into a class, a really tough class. He just maybe needs a little more product in him. He's definitely stout enough, heavy bone. He gets a little more in those hocks as he gets out and travels. Not quite as free and moving as he gets out and moves. Really clean up through that front end. Maybe a little more extended than the one we just brought out, but a nice individual there standing down in fifth today. And we're going to round out the class with this young lady's belted barrel coming out next. Again, a nice individual that is long-bodied, level-designed individual. We just need to make him a little bit wider base, give him some more rib shape, but he's got the right things as he moves forward in getting up into those heavier weights. Let's give all 6 of these exhibitors a nice round of applause for the quality of pigs they brought out today. Two high quality individuals. We're going to utilize a solid black barrel for this to win this class. An individual that wins this class based on structure and getting out and moving, freer moving, but he certainly has a whole lot more in him than just being better structured than the second place pagan class. He's got plenty of muscle, plenty of thickness. He does it all in a nice package. Individual with the belted barrel here, again, an individual that looking over the rail, I thought was really going to be a fun one to evaluate out here. A lot of expression down that top, real thick into the ham. We just need to fix some structure to really let him compete with that class winner today. But let's give both of these individuals a nice round of applause. This young man brought the big boy out here to play, and no one wanted to play with him. He scared everyone away. We're going to give him a blue ribbon. He certainly deserves it. Really a nice individual. Really carries his weight very well. Maybe starting to put on that extra condition as we expect a pig at 300 pounds is going to start to do. But nice individual. He's heavy bone, stout featured, got some muscle and product in him. Nice project for this young man. Nice individual in your purebred barrel class, a Burke barrel out here. We're going to go ahead and give him a blue and see how he stacks up with these crossbreds. Nice individual, level design, got some muscle thickness and shape down that top. Maybe need to fix him as he gets out on those rear feet and legs, but nice individual there for that young man. Yep.
Once we complete the overall market hog, we will begin with our junior showmanship. So juniors, please start to get ready.
together for a high hand that these kids provided this morning. Quickly run through each of these real quick. The lightweight barrel that the young ladies driving, the white barrel individual that is really a nice prospect type pig, nice design type of individual. It'd be fun to see what he's going to do here as he grows and develops over the next couple months. Nice project for that young lady as he moves forward. The next weight up, the second class, young man's belted barrel right in front of me here. Again, a barrel that has got some muscle down that top, got a lot of rib shape in him when he gets out and starts moving. For the most part, fairly free and easy. Maybe wants to get under himself and maybe not take quite as long a stride as what we'd like to see as we get him out in this ring here. Coming out in the third class, a young lady in the corner with the speckled up pig. Pig that I really liked in that class there. Pig that's really level in his design, really square when you start studying him from behind, from the ground up. A lot of rib shape in him. An individual that gets out is free and easy moving. Then we follow with that black pig coming out of that fourth class here. Really stout featured, heavy muscled, big body type of pig. Really a heavy bone type of pig, big rib. Gets out and tracks free and easy considering the amount of mass that he's carrying around. The big boy coming out of the heavy crossbred class. Probably the freest, easiest moving pig in the out here, really heavy bone. He's just probably went a little past his prime right now. If we could have seen him a couple weeks ago, I think he would have been a real fun one to maybe evaluate out here. Then we got the Burke coming out of the purebred class. Burke that's really level in his design, really square made. We need to fix those hocks as he gets out and travels, maybe give him a little more base width as he gets out and travels. For me, it really comes down to two individuals out here as to who your champion barrel is going to be. For me, it's the black barrel over here along the side. He will be your champion barrel. Class individual that, as I discussed in class, has got some muscle expression, some thickness of muscle. We just need to fix some structure issues with him to really let him show off what he can do and what he's got there. For me, the next best pig out here is this pig right in front of me coming out of that third class. He will be your reserve barrel today. Congratulations.
Your champion barrel is Jenna Shorthog.
Your Cass County Achievement Days. We got the champion Market Gilt over here, the spot influenced, an individual that you really appreciate for the amount of muscle thickness that she carries down her top, her base width, her stoutness, her rib shape, really a nice individual there. The reserve Market Gilt, the young lady with the other spot influence gilt over along the fence line, an individual that's big frame, level body, maybe need to give her a little more rib shape, a little more depth of ribs, tone her up just a tad bit more. Champion barrel, the black barrel over here, the young lady's driving a real stout featured, heavy muscle, really a free moving type of individual for that young lady, really a wide-based individual. Maybe need to prop him up on his pasterns just a little bit more, but a nice individual for that young lady. And the reserve barrel, the speckled up barrel over in the corner there, an individual that I really like for his levelness of design, his cleanness, his balance. Maybe when you get him out here with some of the others, need to stone him up just a little bit, but he's also the pound's lightest pig out here. He's got time to put some of those extras together. So with that, for me, I'm going to go out or take another minute to look at everything, and I'm going to go shake the hand of your champion in reserve. But let's give these 3 or 4 individuals one more nice round of applause. 2 heats of juniors. We're going to keep 2 back out of this class to come back after the second heat of juniors. Junior showman. I'm not going to give any comments at this time, so we don't give any extra advantages to the next group of juniors, but I would encourage all the juniors to come back when we do the overall junior selection. Listen to what I have to say for some pointers on what I'm looking for, and then we'll talk about it at that time.
Our second group of juniors is Riley Vanderman, Poppy Kwame, Lydia Stormog, Jenna Stormog, Monica Stormog, and Olivia Vanderman.
Again, in this heat of junior swine showman, we're going to keep 2 individuals back. We're going to keep the young man back with the belted gilt, and we're going to keep this young lady with the solid black gilt driving across the ring. Rest of you will excuse you, but again, we'd like to give everyone a round of applause as they exit the ring. pigs are getting hot, they're getting tired, they want to go back, they don't want to cooperate. So we're gonna move this along, keep things moving. When I'm looking for my showman, you guys can let the pigs rest. Quit fighting with them. So what I'm looking for showmanship, or what I'm looking for in showmanship, is individuals bringing out clean, well-presented pigs, that they keep their pigs moving throughout the show, that they're always have their pigs in a position where I can see them throughout the show, and they don't get lost out in a corner or off to the side. They're always in a position that I can see them. They are have good eye contact when they're out here in the show ring, and those types of things. So one of the things when we're working with pigs is, again, we want to keep them moving. Unless the judge asks you to stop them for a close inspection, we really want to keep those pigs moving. And so once in a while, we may need to use our whip just a little bit more to get those pigs moving. But really the key is to keep those pigs moving back and forth in this ring in a position where I can see them. And there's a couple individuals that do probably just a little better job out here today than a couple of the others out here. One individual really kept their pig right in front of me for most of the time, was always had good eye contact. Pig started to break down here towards the end, maybe not quite as attentive getting them out here into the center of the ring, but overall the individual did a really nice job. The other individual did a really nice job out here as well. Once in a while they got lost in the corner, they got pinned up against a pen with some of the other pigs in class. Individual like to use their knee once in a while to get out or get those pigs moved out. But for me, I'm going to go out, shake your champion hand, and followed by your reserve hand. But again, congratulations to all of our juniors. You all did a really nice job today. Congratulations.
Your champion junior showman is James Campbell, and
intermediate division of your swine showmanship. And again, we go back and look for the basics on how well the pigs are presented when they come out to the show ring, how clean they are, how neat the exhibitors are put together as they come out here, eye contact, positioning of the pig when they come out here, and then for this group, I did go around and ask them all a question as to in regards to the swine industry. I don't like to make this a quiz bowl competition. I much prefer that it stay a showmanship presentation contest, but I still like to know that they have some idea what the swine industry is, or the sheep or goat or beef, whatever it is we're exhibiting. They have some idea, some industry knowledge, I guess. So I asked them what the ideal finish weight for a market hog is these days, and I'm looking for an answer anywhere from that 280 to 300 pound range would be the ideal weight range, what I'm looking for when we're looking for a finished market hog. So for me, there's an individual out here that kind of stands apart from the rest. She's got her pig moving. She's always got her pig in position. As she's out here exhibiting her pig, it's always in the right position. Maybe gets lost once in a while, but overall she's done a nice job out here presenting that pig. And that individual is this young lady right in front of me with the spot influence. Congratulations to her. After that, it gets a little tighter as the other four pigs want to fight that fence, don't necessarily want to work for the exhibitors when they're out here, and those types of things. Just to make a few quick comments here, young lady over here with this white barrel, you tend to want to get lost over in the corners. We need to get a little more aggressive, get those pigs out to where I can see them a little more often. Young man over here, you got outnumbered by the ladies today, but you're doing a great job. Again, he doesn't necessarily want to work for you. He wants to find those corners. He wants to find that out gate. And one thing when we're doing showmanship, you got to consider it as a team effort. As it's between you and the pig, and if one of you is not working, it's going to be a tough day to try to win a showmanship contest, and that pig's just not being a teammate today and working for that individual. The young man knows what he needs to do. The pig just won't do it for him today. Hopefully next time out he can get it done with that pig. That leaves us with two young ladies out here in the center of the ring that are, again, both of them are having a little bit of struggle with their pigs wanting to fight that fence. The red pig gets out and moves just a little bit better out here, a little more relaxed out here. The young lady maybe needs to get a little more aggressive and show that pig and not let the pig show or go where he wants to go. Young lady with the spot influence pig, that pig wants to fight that rail. She's been out here a few times, knows where the out gates are, but the young lady is doing a nice job staying relatively calm out here. Maybe need to ease up on the knees once in a while. So it gets hard. The young lady with the spot also knows what she needs to do when she gets that gilt out here. She gets a good drive on her as she gets out in the ring and those types of things. So it gets real close between these two individuals on which way to go here. I'm going to use the young lady with the spot influence for your reserve intermediate showman today. Congratulations.
Your champion intermediate showman is Grace Cook, and your reserve is Isabel Cross. We will now be into senior showmanship, which is Amy Swanson
5 individuals out in your senior showmanship, and they all deserve a nice round of applause. Question I asked these guys is gestation length of a sow, or how long are they bred till they farrow, and 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days, 114 days. So that's kind of what we're looking for as far as an answer there. You guys all do a nice job out here exhibiting these pigs. When the judge comes up and asks you a question, that's the time to just kind of let the pig walk away. You just need to pay attention to and have that conversation with the judge. Once you're done talking, then you can return to your pig and pick up showing again. But when the judge is trying to talk to you, let that pig just take off and do their thing while you're talking to the judge there. For me, there's a couple individuals that rise to the top of this class, and there's one individual that for me suits the bill as your champion showman. Young lady in the center of the ring with the blue barrel. Congratulations. Does a nice job, almost always in the right position out here, really exhibiting that pig, showing me all the right angles at the right times. Does a nice job out here. Reserve's going to be the young man coming across the center of the ring. You do a nice job, maybe just get, you're a little more relaxed than what the young lady is. Maybe you just need to get a little more aggressive and get that pig in the right areas just a little bit quicker once in a while, but all 5 of you do a really nice job. The other 3 tend to want to get up in the corners and maybe get lost here in the shuffle. So again, congratulations to all 5 of you.
Congratulations to our grand champions, Highlight Lonnie and Reserve Eric Hogan. Now we'll have our Clover Nuts, Dylan Vanderbeek, Isabel Hazel, Ivy Miller, and Emily Vanderbeek. Once the Clover Buds are done, we will go into our sheep show, and we will
Let's give all 4 of these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Your future of the swine show is in good hands with these 4 coming up to compete, and I think next year most of them are going to get to compete in the real classes. So again, congratulations. They know a lot about their projects. They got great attitudes and great smiles. So again, congratulations. It's great to see them out here in the Clover Bud division.
That will wrap up the swine show portion of the Cass County 4-H large animal shows here today. Swine wrapped up. We will then come back with the sheep show, beginning with the sheep breeding class. Again, your livestock shows at the Red River Valley Fair, brought to you by the North Dakota Farm Bureau.
It doesn't matter where you grew up or how many cattle or acres you own. Farmers and ranchers are important to all of us. So are those running the elevators, treating animals at the local vet, agronomists, the county ag agent, ag educators, and so many more. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, we're all working together to help agriculture flourish. That's the strength of NDFB, working together for a common cause. We flourish because of the 5th generation rancher, the ag communications major turned NDFB field rep, and every single person in between. We are the grassroots organization in the state. NDFB, together, we are your foundation for the future.
here today, and we're going to lead off with the young lady here right in front of me. The ewe that's probably the most, or got the best rack shape up high, carries back with some more fullness and thickness to her hind leg, gets out and moves fairly free and easy on those feet and legs, really extended from fore to rear. So she's going to lead off and be your champion breeding ewe in the sheep division here today. We're going to follow with the smoky natural colored ewe next in class, the youngest one in class, individual that's probably the squarest down her top, the greenest in her overall finish right now, an individual that has got some pieces that we can really utilize as a breeding ewe. She's square, she's structurally sound, she's extended up through that front end. She's going to be your reserve breeding ewe today. We move into the couple bigger frame type of sheep here. Individual that the young man's got probably gets a little bit narrower down that top, a little bit flatter in his in her rack shape, but she still stands square. Got a little more base width than what our next individual is. The next individual's got probably a little better upper rack shape, but she gets a little bit narrower made, a little bit lighter muscled, and maybe doesn't quite handle her structure, these rear feet and legs, quite as well as some of the others in class. Let's give these four exhibitors a nice round of applause.
In that class, first place goes to Dakota. Second place, Janelle. Third place, Fort McDonald. And fourth, Morgan McDonald. So your champion ewe was Dakota, and your reserve was Janelle. We'll now move into our market ewes. We have a single entry from Wyatt Henry for our first class. Second class, we'll have horse Sears, Eden Weezer, Aiden Sears, and
Really clean and extended up through that front end, level down her top, a little bit green yet as her weight would indicate, at 99 pounds, but a nice individual for this, to start off this lightweight class of market ewes. place to start with this young man's market U here. Really square made, hard, really correctly handling type of market U. Really clean and extended up through that front end. Really nicely presented market U. Congratulations to that young man. Switch these two here. I like a little extra firmness and handle that this lamb handles with. Maybe both of these two are very similar in their type and kind. I think this one that coming in third just gets a little softer to the handle, a little softer to the feel as we handle them over that loin edge and rib. But overall, both of those two are very similar in their type and kind. Young man here coming rounding out the class. Really a nice level design type of a lamb. Got some base width to him. Just starting to put on maybe a little extra condition than what I'd like to see at this stage of the game. Congratulations to those 4 individuals.
First place goes to Boris Sears. Second place, Aiden Sears. Third place, Aiden Weezer. And fourth, Stetson Olsen. And we have Riley Henry, Isabel Euchert, and Boris Sears. And now our champion, Market U.
Start with this heavyweight market U class. Young man brings us a real nice exhibit here. Really a firm handling, nice profiling individual as you get him on the side profile. Handles with plenty of muscle and thickness down that top. Handles with as big a leg as anything in the class. Nice individual for that young man. We follow with this young lady's lamb coming in second here. Maybe doesn't handle with as much firmness and correctness of finish as what our class winner does. Doesn't handle with as much total mass of muscle, but he's still really extended through that front end. Still got plenty of rack shape in him. Still got plenty of muscle. He just doesn't have all the extras that a class winner has. Following here with our third place view that this young lady brings us, another ewe that has got some muscle in her. She's just starting to put on extra condition, especially up over that shoulder area. We need to clean her up and at this stage of the game, not get quite that much condition on her at this stage of the game. Young lady with the wolf breed individual out here. It's hard to get a white-faced breed to compete with our black-face as far as muscle and everything. This young lady brings us a nice wool breed exhibit. Has got some muscle to him. Got some thickness to her. Just doesn't handle with as much firmness and correctness of finish, but a nice project for that young lady.
First place in that class goes to Forrest Sears. Second place is Earl Euchre. Third, Violet Henry. And fourth, Drew Olson. Now we'll have our champion marketing selection. So we'll bring back the first place for each class. Violet Henry, Forrest Sears, and Forrest Sears. And then our second place for each class will have Aiden Sears and Isabel Euchre.
Applause. I bring out a high quality set of market ewes here. As we go out and select your champion and reserve market ewe, we got the 3 class winners down here to my left, starting with the lightweight, middleweight, heavyweight. Then our 2 seconds up here at the right side of me. We didn't have a second in lightweight class. We got a second middle and a second heavy. I think all of these represent their classes very well. They did do a nice job of representing where the sheep industry is at right now. For me, your champion market ewe is going to be your heavyweight market ewe. Young man with the green shirt will have that champion market ewe. We drop in that second place from the heavyweight, and for me, there's another individual here that represents and follows our champion market ewe real close, and that's going to be the middleweight market ewe that will be your reserve market ewe today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion market ewe, Forrest Sears, and also reserve market ewe, Forrest Sears. We'll now go into our market winners. So we have Violet Henry, Fort McDonald,
milky colored lamb that the young lady's got. Individual that's got some muscle shape down the top, got some thickness of muscle as you view him down the top, and he stands real square as he sets down on the ground. He just needs a little more time to grow and put some weight on. Nice project for this young lady. Follow up with the speckle-faced wether that the young man's got, a individual that has got some thickness down the top. I'd like to see him with some more base width and some more substance of bone underneath of him to really move him up any further in class today. Congratulations.
First place went to Violet Henry. Second place, Morgan Daniel. Now we'll have Tori Swenson, Maxie Crabb, Wayne Kirk, and Janae Wall.
Some market weathers here. Young lady here is going to start off your class. Probably the individual that balances up the best from top to bottom, front to rear. Is the individual that handles with enough muscle down the top, with enough rack shape in her. Maybe not the most explosive, heavy muscle one, but she's the one that he's the one that balances up correctly and gets out and moves real free and easy. Then we got individual here that kind of follows in the type and kind of the last one, but an individual that doesn't quite have as much muscle or firmness of handle or style that class winner is. I like to level him out of the top as he gets out and moves, handles those feet and legs. Next individual here coming out, I'd like to see him balance just a little bit better as he gets out here, especially on that side profile. I'd like to see him handle those rear feet and legs a little bit better as he gets out and moves. He's probably handles with as much thickness as anything in the class. I just need to see him balance a little bit better to move up in class. Young man here, nice exhibit, has got some muscle in him. He's starting to get a little bit softer in his handle. I'd just like to see him firm up, maybe give him a shot extra muscle in that rear leg there. Nice class of market weathers there.
First place goes to Maxine Kraft. Second place, Janae Wolf. Third place, Tori Swenson. And fourth, Clay Euchert. The class coming in now is Tori Swenson, Maxine Kraft, Isabel Euchert, Levi Euchert, and Xander Swenson. Our next class on deck is Claire McDonald,
young man's weather here. He brings us a real nice weather, really firm handling, nice put together weather, fairly well balanced type of a weather. He's got some muscle thickness and shape down the top, probably the heaviest handling muscle-wise lamb in the class. Nice individual for that young man. We're going to follow with the young lady's weather here. Doesn't quite handle with as much thickness down that top, doesn't quite handle with as much leg as what that first place weather does. Maybe a little more correct in his top line, maybe a little more extended and correct up to that front end than your class winner, but gives up that extra muscle and shape to that class winner. We're going to follow here with that next weather here in third. Individual that's maybe starting to get a little more rounded in his top shape design. Would like to see him leveled out, especially when we get to that rump area. Would like to see him corrected on those rear feet and legs and handle those just a little bit better. We get down to two individuals that get a little bit lighter in their muscle, a little bit narrower in their muscle, maybe starting to put on that extra condition, get it a little softer to the touch as we handle them, but really nice exhibits for all of the exhibitors in this class. This class, and this weather handles this class fairly easily. Weather that comes in and really balanced, really neat and clean about his appearance. Really, when you put your hand on him, handles with the most freshness and thickness of anything in the class. Then we bring in this next weather standing here in second. A square made weather as compared to the next two in line. Handles with some squareness down that top, handles with a little bit of thickness, would like to correct him on those rear feet and legs as he gets out and moves. The next wether here coming in third, maybe starting to handle a little bit softer in his appearance. Doesn't quite have the extension up through that front end. Would like to clean him up through that front end, widen him up to the base as he gets out and travels. Another wool breed influenced wether coming here. Again, just need to give him a shot more muscle to move up and compete with those other three in class. Again, starting to get a little bit softer in his appearance, softer in his handle as he gets as we handle him in this class. market weathers, and I think we got a group of individuals here that from top to bottom have a lot of quality, a lot of good about them, and I've got these top two here that I really like. They really come together. They're really similar in their type and kind. I think the young man here with the green shirt has got an individual that I really like, really handles with that extra thickness down the top, really got that extra thickness out over his rack. When you start looking at his hind saddle, he's got just a notch longer hind saddle, carries that muscle a little bit deeper into this hind leg, a little bit fuller into this hind leg. Nice individual to start this class. Individual that we come in second here, again, a really nice clean individual, really clean and extended up through that front end. Maybe doesn't quite give you the extra thickness over that rack, doesn't quite give you that extra thickness as we get over that loin. Comes up just a little bit shorter into that hind saddle, but a nice individual for this young man. We pull into third here, another individual that has got some thickness and finish to him. He's got some rib shape to him. Doesn't quite have the extra bells and whistles top two individuals have. Have a big, thick, full leg in him. Just needs a little extra thickness or a little extra firmness and finish to him. A little extra bells and whistles, and he can move up and compete with those top two in front of him. We get to this fourth place individual, another really nice individual, maybe gets a little bit plainer in his overall design, gets a little bit narrower and peak it up over this dock area, but it's got some depth of rib, some fullness of rib. Just need to give him a little extra flair to him to really move him up, give him a little extra fullness coming out of that dock. Individual here just ran into a buzzsaw of a class. We just need to add some muscle, some thickness, some expression to him, give him a little more base width, and he could come and play with some of those up above him today. Congratulations.
First place goes to Forrest Sears. Second place, Xander Swenson. Third, Stetson Olson. Fourth, Lincoln Swenson. Fifth, Jack McDonald. Now we have Audra Krupp and Drew Olson. Then we will select our champion, Market Weather.
We got two individuals in your heavy weather class here, and I think two individuals that do a nice job at the weight that they're at. They're at the 150 plus range, and I think they both do a nice job of handling their weight very well. The individual that I think does it just a little bit better, young lady up in front, not only does he bring the freshness look to him, he also brings a little bit of pretty factor to the equation, really a complete balanced type of individual. He's got some extra thickness down that top. He's got some extra thickness when we get down over that rump and back into that hind leg. He's probably starting to get past his prime where we could firm him up a little bit in his finish, but overall a nice individual for that young lady. Coming in second here, another nice individual, probably just a little bit softer in his finish as compared to your class winner. Maybe doesn't quite have the thickness when we get out over the rump and dock area as what our class winner does. Maybe doesn't quite have the base width as what our class winner does. But a nice individual here for this young lady to finish second in the heavyweight class.
First place goes to Drew Olson, second, Audra Crook. Now we will have all our first place and second place come back in for our champion market winner. So we need Violet Henry, Moore McDonald, Madison Kraft, Janaea Volk, Xander Swenson, Madison Kraft,
sheep exhibitors. They brought a high quality set of wethers out here. They need to be commended on the work that they've done here. We kind of did a little rearranging out here. We were kind of getting squished down at this end with those second place, and I think they all deserve to get a fair look out here, not only from myself, but I think everyone standing ringside needs to get in and look at these individuals, appreciate what's out here, what these young exhibitors have brought to the fair, and the hard work that they've put in out here. So wanted to get them some space and really show off what they've got out here. Lightest ones are down at my far left, working all the way up to our heavyweight class. Firsts are up close to me, seconds are standing right behind me. I think we've got a tremendous set of first place animals representing each of their weight groups. I think they're very similar in their overall design, their look, how they handle, how they put everything together. I think they're all very well balanced sheep that have plenty of muscle, plenty of look to them. There's one individual out here that does it for me. Was impressed with him when he came out here. And that's going to be a young man coming out of the 5th class. Congratulations. We bring up the second place out of that class to the front row here to compete for your reserve overall weather. And he doesn't take anything away from this front line whatsoever. Like I said in class, it was close between those two. I'm going to stick with him. He's going reserve.
Your champion market weather goes to Forrest Sears, and your reserve goes to Xander Swenson. We'll have those two stay, and we'll have Forrest bring back his champion market view and reserve view, and we will select our champion overall market winner. After that, we'll have our junior showmanship.
Quality set of market lambs. When we come to a county fair, we can find high quality market lambs like this. You guys really need to be commended in the hard work and dedication that you put into this project. So my hat's off to all of you that have shape out here. Again, those that went back into the barn, nice high quality set of lambs that we just ran through. So with me, we got our first champion wether, champion ewe for consideration for overall market lamb. And for me, there's one decision. The wether's going to be your champion overall market lamb. Congratulations. We bring in that wether that stood reserved to that champion for consideration for reserve here, up here in that top line. Again, liked him with the other wether. This ewe here, really extended, really fresh looking, really clean looking. The wether's packed full of muscle, really follows the type of kind of that champion. We're going to keep him together. He's going to be your reserve overall market lamb.
Congratulations to our champion overall market lamb, goes to Forrest Sears, and our reserve market lamb, Xander Spencer. We will now have our junior showmanship class, which is
Let's give all of our junior sheep exhibitors a nice round of applause. They're not in order, so. Yes. No, you're going to guess. So, just so everyone is aware, no one is standing in any particular order out here. So if you're down there, doesn't mean you're last in class. If you're up here, doesn't mean you're first in class. You're scattered all throughout. So I like to mix it up. So see how everyone reacts to where they get put once in a while, those types of things. So few of the things is when we're exhibiting our lambs is we want to bring them in clean, heads up, and get them set up as quickly as we can. Feet and legs underneath of them square. We want to get them positioned correctly, and then we want to get into a position ourselves to show off those lambs. And depending on where the judge is at is going to depend on where you're going to be standing in position with your lambs. We don't necessarily want to be leaning on our sheep, pushing or putting our hands on their backs and pushing down on them, and those types of things. When we move in and out of line, we want to pull our lambs up and then make a keyhole and come back and go into our position that we are asked to go. If we're standing head to tail down here, if a lamb pulls out that's in front of you, we want to move up and fill that gap. So again, recognizing junior division out here, we're still in the beginning learning stages of showing sheep, so hopefully pick up some pointers here and take those back and keep working on some of those things. So today your champion sheep showman, junior sheep showman, young lady in the green shirt directly in front of me. For reserve, we're going to follow her up with this young lady down here at the far end. Congratulations to all of you guys. You all did a great job. Keep working at it. Keep improving. Yep. Oh. Oh. got 4 nice intermediate showmen out here. Took a minute to talk to each one of these about a couple things that I'd like to see them improve to really get them up to that next level. I think all 4 of them have potential of being really, really good showmen if they want to. We get a couple that are maybe a little more aggressive, a little quick, really want to get their lamb set up and presented. Then we got a couple young ladies that are a little more calm and relaxed out here. So we need to find the happy medium between the calm and more relaxed with the really aggressive, quick that the boys bring to the table. So for me today, trying to sort through what where I want to go with this group of individuals. For me, I'm going to utilize this young man with the green shirt in front of me. Is going to be your champion intermediate showman. Does a nice job. He's really brought in some high quality lambs today. Has done a nice job. I told him he once in a while gets those lambs too spread out, too extended. We need to work on that. Gets a little bit quick and a little over aggressive. I told him to tone that down just a little bit, and he'll be a really good showman. With that, then we're going to follow with the other young man in class today. Again, does a really nice job. Excellent eye contact. He's going to stare down anyone in a stare match if you put him up in a stare match. But again, probably gets a little over aggressive. Need to calm him down just a little bit. And again, going to be an excellent showman. 2 young ladies out here. Both of you do a nice job. We just need to pick up the intensity just a little bit more out here in the show ring. Both of you, again, do a nice job. Congratulations.
Madison
Division. We're gonna talk real quick about her, give her some props, and before we get back to the seniors here, young lady brought out a couple lambs throughout the show. She's done a nice job in presenting those lambs. Knew a lot about her project, and she told me she's got pizza to eat, so we're gonna get her out of here so she can go eat some pizza. Congratulations. Excellent group of senior sheep showmen out here, and really impressed that we got 8 individuals in your senior group for your county fair. Excellent. They all do a nice job. There's a couple, 3, 4 that really set themselves apart out here as far as showmanship and presenting their lambs out here in showmanship. They presented their lambs real well throughout the entire show. For me, there's a couple that rise to the top. Young man in the green shirt's going to be your champion. Excellent job today presenting lambs throughout class and here in showmanship. Congratulations to that young man. Gets a little bit closer maybe for reserve senior showman. Basically, it's between the 2 individuals down at the far end here. Both of them do a nice job. Both have done an excellent job throughout the show here this morning. Young lady real calm and relaxed and poised out here, always has those lambs setting up and presented well. Young man is doing a nice job. Like I said earlier, showmanship is a team sport. Sometimes our team members show up, sometimes they don't. Your lamb really hasn't shown up to be a team player here. You're doing a great job. You haven't got frustrated. But to me, young lady's going to be your reserve today. Congratulations.
Well, Well, that will conclude the sheep show portion of our livestock shows for the Red River Valley Fair, again presented by the North Dakota Farm Bureau. Right now, they will be taking a 30-minute break and intermission. Just let all the entrants there that still have livestock coming up with the goat show and the cattle show, give them a chance to get a little break in before we continue. So we'll take about a 30-minute break, and then we'll continue with more of the Red River Valley Livestock River Valley Fair livestock shows with Cass County 4-H, presented by North Dakota Farm Bureau.
It doesn't matter where you grew up or how many cattle or acres you own. Farmers and ranchers are important to all of us. So are those running the elevators, treating animals at the local vet, agronomists, the county ag agent, ag educators, and so many more. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, we're all working together to help agriculture flourish. That's the strength of NDFB, working together for a common cause. We flourish because of the fifth-generation rancher, the ag communications major turned NDFB field rep, and every single person in between. We are the grassroots organization in the state. NDFB, together, we are your foundation for the future.
And we'll welcome you back to the Cass County 4-H Achievement Days at the Red River Valley Fair for our livestock shows presented by North Dakota Farm Bureau. As we have gone through the swine show, the sheep show, and after our intermission here, we're picking things back up with the goat show. As we are just a moment's way to get ready with them, let's start here by, again, a message from our sponsor. They're presenting the livestock shows, North Dakota Farm Bureau.
It doesn't matter where you grew up or how many cattle or acres you own. Farmers and ranchers are important to all of us. So are those running the elevators, treating animals at the local vet, agronomists, the county ag agent, ag educators, and so many more. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, we're all working together to help agriculture flourish. That's the strength of NDFB, working together for a common cause. We flourish because of the fifth-generation rancher, the ag communications major turned NDFB field rep, and every single person in between. We are the grassroots organization in the state. NDFB, together, we are your foundation for the future.
To start off our goat show, we have a single entry in our youngest doe class here. Entry that is a really nice entry for this young man. Really nice designed doe, level in her design, extended up through that front end. Got some base width, some rib shape to her. She just needs she just needs time to grow and develop to really see where she's going to take off for that young man. Congratulations to him.
Now we have Rudy Wendell, Meyer Wendell, Eddie Wendell, Clark Christensen, Aiden Sears, Rudy Wendell, and Ellie Reed. Next class will be our yearling does, and we will have 2 entries from Jacob Brandt and 1 from Garrett Holland.
We got a nice class, deep class of December does here. We're going to lead off with the doe here, young man's got here. Doe that I think balances and puts things together in a real nice package. Got some natural thickness down that top. It's got some base width and dimension, some rib shape as you study her from behind. Nice individual there to lead off. We follow with this next doe the young lady's bringing out here. Another doe that's maybe just a little more extended as you view her from the side, a little more extended up through that front end. Maybe doesn't quite have the extra natural thickness, the extra mass that first place doe's got, bringing out this third place doe. Really clean and extended, youthful appearing ewe up through that front end. A doe that maybe gets a little bit narrower as you start studying her from the ground up, gets a little bit flatter as you study her out through this rump and hind end area there. We bring out this next doe, probably a doe that has got a little extra natural thickness and shape as compared to the one that just left. But she gets a little bit weaker in that top line. Doesn't quite handle that top line quite as well as some of the others here in class. Just want to fix that, smooth up that shoulder just a little bit, and we can maybe utilize her up a little bit further. Again, next doe coming. Again, maybe need to work on that top line just a little bit, clean up that front shoulder just a little bit. Wants to get a little bit bolder into that shoulder, and we need to lay that shoulder in just a little bit better. But nice doe there, tremendous amount of natural thickness and muscle. We bring in this next doe here, gets a little bit flatter and plainer about her design, maybe not quite as much rib shape to her, gets a little off on those front toes as she gets on the move here. And we round out this class with a little doe in class. Just doesn't, a little bit quicker in her maturity pattern, a little bit smaller in her frame as compared to some of the others in class. Just want to give her a little bit more extension, a little bigger frame and a little bigger package, but a really nice doe for this young lady for this class. Congratulations. We're going to lead off with the young man down here on my right, individual that's probably just a little bigger, more productive in her appearance, bigger, softer rib cage, stouter featured, heavier bone, real structurally correct type of individual. I think she handles this class fairly easily. We come in with this next doe here standing second, a doe that's also got some rib shape, maybe not quite as productive in her overall appearance as what that class winner is, maybe not quite as stout featured as what that class winner was, but a nice doe for this young individual. We round out the class with the red doe, a doe that just needs a little extra rib shape and a little extra natural thickness to move up and compete with those two does above her. Congratulations to those three individuals.
First place goes to Garrett Hogan, second Jacob Brand, and third Jacob Brand. Now we'll have our first and second places for our champion overall breeding bill. So we need from first class Hawking Kwame, second class Meyer Wendell, and Danny Wendell, and then our class we just had Garrett Hogan and Jacob Brand. After that, we'll have our one class market doors, Claire Christensen.
We didn't have a real big breeding goat show here, but I think we got some quality does standing out here for your champion selection. For me, your champion breeding goat is going to be this December coming out. That second class of does. I think she just puts everything into a more balanced package. She's got that natural thickness and shape working down her top. She's bold rib, heavy bone, heavy featured type of a female. She's going to be your champion breeding doe. We bring in that second place doe up here into that front line here. Go up here. And I think reserve gets a little bit closer here as to what we're going to use for reserve. I think we're going to move up and use that yearling for your reserved doe here this afternoon. Again, a nice doe there. Maybe doesn't quite have the extra flair and extra pieces that champion had. Maybe it isn't quite as bull rib, but I think she's a really sound, structurally correct type of doe that fits real well up into that reserve spot today. Congratulations.
Your champion overall breeding bill goes to Meyer Wendell, and the reserve to Garrett Hogan. We have one entry, Claire Christensen. Then we'll move into our letters. So the next class should be Ann Birchall, Savannah Whaley, Haven Wall.
Market doe division, individual that real level in her design. She's got some extension up to that front end. We maybe would like to see her with a little extra natural thickness down that top, maybe correct her a little bit on these rear feet and legs, but being a 45-pound doe, I think she's got some time to grow and develop and maybe work into some of these things. So congratulations to this young lady. We'll see how she compares to the Weathers when we get to that point for overall market goat.
Congratulations to Claire Christensen, our champion market goat. Now we'll have our first class
class out here, and I think we got some nice individuals out here. Very green yet in their overall, how they're represented out here. Really green in their muscle, really green in their condition. I think we got an individual here that leads off this class that really combines everything into a nice package. Has some natural thickness working down his top, has some shape, has some thickness into this hind leg. Really a stout featured, wide-based individual. He's going to be a nice place to start this class. I think we got a couple individuals here standing second and third that are kind of similar in their type and kind. I think they both are bigger frame type of individuals. They're going to be able to go up to a little bit heavier weight, I think. I think this individual standing second comes with you with a little extra dimension over his rump, a little extra dimension into the hind leg. I'd just like to see him handle these rear feet legs just a little bit better on the move. We get this next individual standing here third. I think he gets a little flatter coming over this rump. He gets a little flatter in this hind leg. I do think he handles those rear feet and legs just a little bit better. I just want him to come with a little extra natural thickness down that top and back over that rump. We round out the class with this young lady's doe. I think he does have some natural thickness down this top. He gets a little bit weaker in this top line. He gets a little more splayed out on these rear feet and legs as he travels. He gets a little bit narrower based as you view him on the move. Four nice individuals out here in that lightweight weather class.
First place goes to Samantha Burchell. Second, Hayden Wall. Third, Savannah Whaley. And fourth, Ann Burchell. Now we have Rudy Wendell, Grant Burchell, Danny Wendell, and Hawkins Kwame. Then our last class of weathers is Garrett Hogan, Bennett Reed, Davis Reed, Aiden Sears, and Myra Wendell, which then moves
middleweight weathers here. Weather here to start with, I think balances up nice, handles these rear feet and legs just a little bit better than the second place weather. Maybe doesn't quite handle with as much thickness as what the second place one does. I like his structural build just a little bit better. This weather coming in second probably handles with a little extra thickness, but he gets a little off on these rear feet and legs as he gets out on the move. Would like to fix that, would like to maybe give him a little more base width at the ground as he gets out and travels. We get to this third place weather here. Again, a weather that maybe gets a little bit flatter in his design. He does have some thickness down that top as you handle him. You get behind him, he gets a little bit flatter in this rump and rear leg, but he's got some base width as he gets out and travels. Just needs some extra natural thickness. To round out the class, we got probably the stoutest featured individual in the class, but an individual that's maybe starting to put on some extra condition, maybe a little bit plainer in his design, gets a little bit flatter in that rear leg and rear rump area.
First place, second, Danny Wendell, third, Grant Archel, and fourth, Hawkins Mountain. Our last class of weathers is Garrett Haugen, Bennett Reed, David Reed, Amy Sears, and Myra Wendell. Once we pick overall market weather, we pick our overall market goat and then go into junior showmanship.
market weather class. We're going to lead off with this young man's weather here, individual that handles with the most natural thickness and shape down that top. Really stout featured, heavy muscled, bull ribbed type of an individual. Nice place to start with the class. Next individual coming out, another heavy bone, heavy structure type of individual. Maybe doesn't come with quite as much thickness down that top, doesn't handle with as much length of loin as what that first place individual does. We follow up here with this third place weather. Maybe gets a little bit flatter and through this leg, doesn't quite carry that thickness of leg down as big and as deep as what those two above them. We got two nice weathers here down here at the end, both very similar in their type and kind. Both maybe get a little bit lighter in their muscle. Both are really correct in their structure, stand down square on their feet and legs. Let's just give them a shot of muscle, maybe clean them up just a hair bit. We need to maybe strengthen the top line of the bottom doe or bottom weather just a little bit, but overall really nice weathers for these two young men for their project. Congratulations. We got a nice set of runners out here for your champion weather selection, and I think first place in your each of your class weight divisions up here, lightest to heaviest, left to right, my left to right. Then we go to the second, same way, lightest to heaviest down the way here. I think represent their weight classes very well. For me, I think your champion Weather's going to be your heavyweight Weather. He comes out of a good class. He's a stout-made, heavy structure type of individual. He fits me for your champion Weather today. We bring up the second place Weather out of that class up into consideration for reserve, and I think he fits in to these top three really well. He does. We don't lose much quality or any quality when we move him up here into that into consideration for reserve. I think he still fits up here quite well. For me, your reserve is going to be out of that middleweight class. Young lady right in the middle of the ring here. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors. individuals out here for your consideration for overall market goat. We got the lone entry in our market doe division, an individual that needs some more time on feed. Is a little bit, just needs, she's still green right now. She needs more time on feed to get that muscle to build up that condition. We got the two wethers over here that are dialed in and really where they should be at this stage of the game. For me, your champion reserve market goat are going to be your wethers champion reserve.
Champion overall market goat is Myra Wendell and reserve Rudy Wendell. Now we're going to move into our junior showmanship. We have Aiden Wald, Grant Burchell, Danny Wendell, Ann Burchell, Hawkins Kwame, Jacob Brandt, and Bennett Reed. Then we also have our intermediates.
many intermediate? Nice round of applause. I think they did a great job out here, doing a nice job presenting their goats and doing it in a calm and nice fashion out here. For me, there's an individual that rises to the top and does a really nice job of presenting their goats out here in the show ring. Young lady up here at the front of the ring is going to be your champion, Junior Showman. Congratulations. She's always got those goats set up and in position, relatively quick, is calm when she's out here, and those types of things. So when we get down to reserve consideration, maybe gets a little bit closer, just some different things to consider when we're looking at our reserve. Just a couple things as we walk through here. Couple pointers here. Young man up here in front, maybe not get quite as extended with your body, getting your legs spread out quite so far. Once in a while you get your goat's legs spread too far apart. Pay attention to that once in a while. Young man right in front of me with the green shirt. Once in a while your goats aren't always set up correctly, but you're doing a nice job of you're trying to get there in that fashion, okay? Young man, goat just doesn't want to work for you today. She wants to keep moving around, doesn't necessarily want to stand for you. It's one of those things, just keep working with her. She'll get there and be a little bit more relaxed out here. Young lady, maybe once in a while your goat just doesn't set up correctly. Just need to work on that, getting them set up and in correct position. Maybe didn't always switch sides from appropriately. So, young man, you're doing a great job out here. Really relaxed and calm. You've usually got your goats set up in a pretty good position and everything like that. Maybe a smile once in a while would help. Look like you're enjoying out here. Young lady, you're doing a good job. Right now, just need to get him turned around and positioned a little more correctly and set up so that he's in better position out here. For me, little things come down to picking your reserve. For me, it was close. Young man right here is going to be your reserve.
Our champion, Junior Showmanship, went to Danny Wendell, and our reserve, Bennett Root. Now we have our intermediates, Savannah Whaley, Ruby Wendell, Myra Wendell, and Davis Reed.
intermediate showmen out here. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Briefly talk about them, young lady up here in front. For a while there, your goat was working really well for you. He set up really well for you. You had him nice and set up and displayed. Now I think he's had enough of fair and wants to go home and hang out and just be a goat again. But he just does not want to work for you and set up for you anymore. Otherwise, you're calm and relaxed out here. You're doing a nice job. He just has had enough of fair. Young man, you do a nice job. I think coming out here in showmanship, you actually have calmed down and let the goat actually show themselves. You get too ramped up within the class that you were showing in the market classes. You got to let, I know we need to get them to brace and everything like that, but right now I think he probably looks, she looks better than what she was in class because you're just letting her be herself right now. You need to relax just a little bit and turn down the intensity just a notch from when you were in class. Young lady, you're doing a nice job once you quit messing with feet and legs. You gotta quit, you gotta get them set and then figure out where the judge is. You gotta quit playing with the feet and legs all the time and doing those types of things. So once you get them set, once you get your attention onto the judge and knowing where he's at and quit worrying about the feet and legs, you do a nice job out here. Young man, you're calm and relaxed out here. You've got that goat set up. He's square. He's looking good out here, doing a nice job. For me, your champion showman's going to be a young lady in the middle of the ring here. Congratulations. Just work on getting them set up and then quit playing with those feet and legs. Young man, you're going to be reserved right in the middle. Again, tone down the intensity just a little bit within class, and you're going to be that much better of a showman. Congratulations to everyone out here. You did a nice job.
Your champion intermediate showman was Rudy Wendell, and your reserve, Meyer Wendell. Now we have our seniors, Samantha Birchall, Claire Christensen, Aiden Sears, and Garrett Haugen. And we have one Cloverbud that's going to join our seniors, Ellie Reed.
We have one clover butt entry out here. This young lady right here, right in front of me. Let's give her a big round of applause. Doing an amazing job out here. Her goat name is Peaches, so if you want to visit Peaches, go find her back in the pen. And this young showman's going to tell you all about her. She's doing a great job. Look out, she's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the coming years as she gets older and exhibits more of these goats in the near future. Congratulations. Showmanship, and I think all four do a nice job. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Briefly talk about him. Young man up here in the front, does a nice job, calm and relaxed. Got his goat set up, always presented well, does a nice job getting into position, moving goats from side to side. Young lady next here, again, does a nice job keeping her goats set up, maybe once in a while, not necessarily always in set up correctly, but does a nice job of trying to get them there. Young man down here, again, nice job of getting set up and keeping those goats set up in position. Maybe gets a little bit quicker in his movements from side to side, and maybe not quite as fluid as a couple of the others in class, but still a really nice job of presenting the goats throughout the show. Young lady down here at the far end, again, really nice job. Usually has her goats set up and set up pretty good. Right now, maybe needs to work on the hind feet and legs a little bit, but overall does a nice job of keeping them set up and keeping them in position. Her too, maybe a little quick in her movements from side to side. Maybe just need to slow down a little bit and take a little extra time to get from side to side, make it a little bit more fluid and not quite as rushed. Okay. For me, your champion showman, young man down at this far end, follow with the young lady right beside him for reserve. Congratulations.
And so that will wrap up the goat show here today at the Red River Valley Fair. Livestock shows presented to you on yourliveevent.com by the North Dakota Farm Bureau. Here as we will start the beef program coming up now, the beef breeding We'll be back after this message from the North Dakota Farm Bureau.
It doesn't matter where you grew up or how many cattle or acres you own. Farmers and ranchers are important to all of us. So are those running the elevators, treating animals at the local vet, agronomists, the county ag agent, ag educators, and so many more. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, we're all working together to help agriculture flourish. That's the strength of NDFB, working together for a common cause. We flourish because of the fifth-generation rancher, the ag communications major turned NDFB field rep, and every single person in between. We are the grassroots organization in the state. NDFB, together, we are your foundation for the future.
Nice set of heifers here to start off your heifer show. I think we got a really nice place to start this class with this black heifer. The young lady's showing here a heifer that you start looking or analyzing her down her top line through her midsection, her structure, her feet and legs. I think she is a combination heifer in this class. She's got plenty of natural thickness down that top. She's got plenty of midsection. She gets out and strides real free and easy off those rear feet and legs. I think she's got enough base width in her to keep going here. We're going to follow with the red heifer here, a heifer that's got again, maybe plenty of rib shape in her, maybe not quite as much rib shape up as up at the upper part of her rib as what that black heifer had. She probably gets a little bit narrower as we study her at the ground. We maybe like to see her with a little more base width as we work our way up, but a nice female sitting there in second. We come in with the the other black heifer in class here, another heifer that is probably a bigger frame type of a female, just gets a little bit flatter in her design, a little bit narrower, maybe a little flatter in her rib shape, so to compete with the two above her, but a nice female for that young individual there to for a project this spring. The next heifer coming out here, the young man's got a heifer that's got some natural thickness, some natural shape, maybe not quite as comes in quite as big of a package, maybe a little quicker in her maturity pattern. Just a nice overall female. Just maybe we need to correct some feet and leg structure, especially off those rear two. Heifer coming here, rounding out the class. Another really nice type of a female. Gets a little bit shallower in rear flank, and maybe wanting to drop that rear flank, give her a little more shape into that hind quarter, but overall a nice female there to round out that class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
First place goes to Brinley Hoffman. Second, Boris Sears. Third, Kylie Kwame. Fourth, Hawkins Kwame. And fifth, Jared Hogan. Your second class of heifers, we have Rudy Wendell, Meyer Wendell, Colton Hoffman, and Drew Olson. Then we will select our champion, reserve champion heifer, and then we have one extra
We have another nice set of yearling heifers out here. I think black heifer here coming out. Start off this class. A heifer, the boldest rib, biggest ribbed female in this class. Is she pushing the outer limits of maybe some extra condition than what we need? Maybe. Is she getting a little outside herself as she travels? Maybe just a little bit, but individual that I think she's got so much mass and power in her, level in her design, really still clean and correct up through that front end. Nice individual there to start off the class. We bring out the Hereford Heifer next. Heifer that is maybe a little bit cleaner up through that front end, maybe a little crisper down that top line, gives up some of that extra rib shape and dimension, gives up some of that extra maternal look that she, to our class winner, not quite as bold through that center portion of the rib, not quite as bold right behind that shoulder, but a nice individual to stand there in second today. We bring out the next heifer here, a heifer that really nice design type of a female. Just gets out horsed by two bigger, broodier type of females today in class that have a few of the extras that we'd like to see. Heifer rounding out the class, maybe gets a little off in her structure, gets a little off in that top line and those rear feet and legs as she gets out and moves. So, but otherwise, real nice class of yearling heifers to round out the breeding heifer show.
You ready me to throw a wrench at you?
No.
Second, Drew Wilson. Third, Ruby Wendell. Fourth, Meyer Wendell. So now we will have Berlin Hoffman come back, and Forrest Sears, Colton Hoffman, and Drew Wilson. And we will select our champion heifer, reserve heifer. After that, we will have our one entry of a cow calf pair, and then we will go into our steers.
For your breeding heifer show, I think 4 individuals that represent their ages quite well. We got the 2 class winners down here at the to my left here, the 2 second place in class down here to my right. I think all 4 of them really do a nice job out here representing. the breeding female industry. For me, I think your champion breeding female, overall female, is going to be the young man with that black heifer who's turning around right now. You might bring her back out. I think a female that just has too much rib shape, too much dimension to not use her today in class. We'll pull that Hereford up for consideration for that reserve spot. Up against that other black heifer from the younger class. You want to pull yours that way? Yeah, I think when we start looking at these two heifers here for reserve overall breeding female, I think it gets really close when we start looking at them and evaluating what they can bring to the beef industry. And for me, I think we're going to stay with that within class. We're going to use that Hereford for reserve overall female.
Congratulations to our grand champion heifer, shown by President Hoffman, and our reserve, Drew Olson. Now we will have our one entry of our cow-calf pair from Carson Elander. Then we will have our first class of steers. We have a single entry right away from Kaylee Richard.
Well, this young man brings us a cow-calf pair, and if you can raise cows that can produce calves like this, I think he's got a bright future in the beef industry. First calf heifer raising, he said 3-month-old calf at this time. Calf, really a nice calf at side here. Both really a nice cow-calf pair for this young man. Congratulations.
Now we have a single entry for a steel calf from Kaylee Richard. Then our first class of market steers will be Meyer Wendell, Garrett Haugen, and Stetson Olson.
We have a single entry in our spring calf steer class. Clover butt entry here. Individual does a nice job. Meet Panda. If you want to visit Panda, go back to the beef stalls, and this exhibitor is going to tell you all about Panda. Congratulations to her.
Now we'll have our first class of our peers. Eric Hogan, Stephanie Olson. Our next class on deck, Morgan McDonald, Rudy Wendell, and Mitchell
class steers, lightweight steers. When we start analyzing, I think there's some give and take between these top couple steers here. The red steer, I think, carries a little extra muscle, a little extra natural thickness and shape when you start analyzing him down his top line. He carries a little more thickness and squareness when you get over these, over his hooks and pins. I'd like to see him with a little more base width as he gets out and travels. Give him a little more squareness out of those hocks and a little more flex out of those hogs. We get to the black steer here. I think a steer that's probably a little cleaner, a little more trimmer made, and if that's the style that you're looking for, I think this is a guy that can suit you there. He gives up some of that extra natural thickness, some of that extra thickness coming over those hooks and pins. I'd like to see him maybe a little bit further along in his condition pattern, drop him in some rib shape there, give him a little extra depth of rib there, but nice steer there in second. Steer coming here in third, a big burly kind of steer, a steer that just needs some more thickness of muscle down that top, gets a little bit lighter muscle, a little bit flatter in his design when you start reading him over those hooks and pins back into this hind quarter. But overall, a really nice set of steers in that lightweight class.
First place went to Stetson Olson. Third, Garrett Howard. Now we'll have Morgan McDonald, Rudy Wendell, and Mitchell Nylander. The next class will be Claire McDonald, Carson Nylander, and Kylie Kwame.
Three steers in your second weight class here of steers. We're going to lead off with the black steer here. I think a steer that is just a little more correct when we start analyzing him from fore to rear and top to bottom. I think maybe not quite as heavy muscle as what our red steer is, but I think he's more correct out of these hooks and pins. Allows him to track a little bit freer and easier when he gets out on the move. I think he's got plenty of muscle in him to stay there. I think he just balances maybe just a little bit better. We get to the red steer, he tends to get maybe a little bit more rounded in those hooks and pins. Maybe doesn't allow to get out and take that free and easy stride, and gets a little bit narrower made when he gets on the move there. We round out the class with the other red steer here. Gets again probably a little more shorter in those hooks and pins, wants to get those rear two underneath of himself, doesn't allow him to get out and travel quite as free and easy as well. Maybe clean him up just a little extra too to move him up in class.
First place, Mitchell Nylander. Second, Rudy Wendell. Third, Morgan McDonald. Now we have Claire McDonald, Carson Nylander, and Kylie Kwame. Our next class of steers after that are Colton Hoffman, Sue Olson, Court McDonald, Cameron Nylander, and Isabel Cup. combination of beef and goats. We will move into swine and sheep.
Third class of steers here. I think we got a place to start with this calf here that the young lady's exhibiting here. A nice steer as he gets out. A lot of natural thickness and muscle down that top. Got a lot of rib shape in him, heavy bone, really clean and extended up through that front end. Nice place to start in this class. We got some give and take when we get down to the next two here. Both steers have some muscle in them. Both steers have some thickness to them. I think the black steer maybe is just a tad bit more correct in his structure. Gives you a little more depth in this rear flank as compared to what that red steer is. I think the black steer's got just a little extra thickness when we get up to the upper part of his top line as compared to what the red steer is. I'd like to see that red steer drop a little bit in that rear flank, give him just a little extra base width and dimension as he gets out and moves. But three nice calves in that class. Congratulations. I think a really nice class of steers here, and we're gonna, we got a pair up here that really quite different in their type and kind, quite contrasting in their type and kind. I opted to use the young lady's steer to lead off this class. I think a steer that's right within where they need to be right now as far as muscle, finish, and those types of things. I think a steer that is well balanced, and when he gets out and tracks, he's got some base width, and he's probably got a little extra bone underneath of him as he gets out and moves. He's a bigger ribbed middle type of a steer. Nice, for me, a nice place to start the class. The highly fitted, well presented steer and the black steer coming second. Gotta love this steer, gotta love how he's put together. He just probably a little bit greener at this time. Give him a little extra time on feed. I think he's going to catch that first place steer and move up above him. I'd like to see him maybe with a little extra base width as he gets out and travels, but really a nice steer, and really nice attractive steer, especially on the profile. The next steer, the young lady's bringing the red steer here, a steer that I think, again, kind of fits with those top two steers. For me, I think he gets a little off in his structure. I think he wants to get a little off in his rear two, doesn't want to really step and plant off these rear two, gets a little more rounded out of these hooks and pins. So I think we'll put him down here and third, fix those rear two. I think he could go up and compete with those other two quite nicely today. We got the black steer here and the red steer to round out the class. I think both of them they have some things that you like. The black steer, I think, has just a little extra muscle in him compared to that red steer. I'd like to see both of these with a little extra base width. I'd like to see the red steer with a little extra natural thickness and muscle down that top and back into that hind quarter to move him up in class. I'd like to see the black steer again with a little extra base width. Maybe correct that top line just a little bit to really move, give him some consideration to move up in class. Nice class of steers there.
First place was the Isabel Brock. Second, Colton Hoffman. Third, Drew Olson. Fourth, Court McDaniel. And fifth, Cameron Belander. Now we have our last class of steers, Jack McDonald and Calvin Piper. Then we will select our champion market steer, where we will need the first and second from each class. And then we will be going into junior league showmanship.
We're going to lead off with the young man here in the white shirt. I think a steer that just balances a little bit better. I think he's a little more extended up through that front end. I think he lays that front shoulder in just a little bit better. We start studying him down the top. I think he carries a little extra natural thickness down that top, especially out over these hooks and pins. The steer standing second, I think he gets a little more rounded in his hooks and pins. I think he gets a little off in the structure as he gets out and moves. He gets a little bolder up through that front end. Would like to clean up some of that, and maybe he could challenge and move up into that first hole today. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors.
First went to Jack McDonald, second, Calvin Piper. Now we will choose our champion market steers, meaning the first and second for each class. So I need Stetson Olson and Myra Wendell in class 1, Mitchell Nylander and Ruby Wendell, Kylie Kwame and Claire McDonald, Isabel Croft and Colton Hoffman, Jack McDonald and Calvin Piper. Just a little heads up for the round robin. The animals that I will need, beef and goat are first. We haven't decided beef yet, but my goat people that I need, juniors, Danny Wendell and Bennett Reach. Intermediates, Rudy Wendell and Myra Wendell. Seniors, Garrett Haugen and Claire Christensen. Bring your goats over here to the banner area because beef will be in the ring. And after that, for sheep and pigs, I need Higgs Jr., James Fiesel, and Maya Miller. Intermediate, Grace Cook and Isabel Croft. Senior, Kylie Kwame and Garrett Haugen. And my sheep, I need Junior, Isabel Euchert and Drew Olson. Intermediate, Lincoln Swenson and Hayden Weezer. Senior, Boris Sears and Madison Kraft. If we have multiple species, please just have your parent get your animal ready so it's ready to go.
We've got our 5 class winners out here representing our different steer weight classes. And I think each one of these exhibitors deserve a nice round of applause. Let's give them a round of applause here. I believe our seconds are on deck, so if first champion comes out of their weight class, we'll bring that second place individual in. The lightest one down at the far end, working all the way up to our heavyweight class winner. I think each one of these brings something good to the table, something positive for the beef industry. I think they will represent their weight classes, weight divisions quite well. And I'm going to go out, give one more look, and go congratulate your champion market steer here at your Cass County Achievement Days.
Junior Showmanship, we need Morgan McDonald, Hawken Kwame, Colton Hoffman, Stetson Olson, and Drew Olson. Then we need our intermediates, which would be Calvin Piper, Rudy Wendell, Meyer Wendell, Mitchell Nylander, Carson Nylander, Cameron Nylander, and Isabel Croft.
Let's give these 4 individuals a nice round of applause out here. For some of these, it's going to be a long day. I think they've showed just about every species coming in and showing and everything like that. I think you guys are doing a great job out here. We still got smiles out here and everything. So, young man up here with the white cap, you're doing a great job. You've always got your cap set up in position, doing a good job. Once in a while we get that smile in your face and look like you're having some fun out here. Young man with the black heifer out here doing, again, a great job. Really will keeps that heifer set up, keep the attention of that heifer so that the heifer knows what's going on out here, and she pretty much does what he wants her to do. So young man out here, the more you're out here, the more confidence I'm seeing that you're getting out here with your calf. It's great to see. You're doing a great job. Keep up the great work. And young lady, always got a smile when you're coming out here. You're always doing a great job. Once again, no one's in any particular order. So for me, your champion, Junior Beef Showman, young man with the black heifer right out here. Once again, doing a nice job. Following him with reserve is going to be the young man right here with the white heifer. Congratulations to both of you guys.
Congratulations to your champion Junior Showman, Hilton Hoffman, and your reserve, Hawkins Kwame. I'll have our intermediates. We need Calvin Piper, Rudy Wendell, Myra Wendell, Mitchell Wielander, Carson Wielander, Cameron Wielander, and Isabel Kropp. And then after that, we'll have our seniors, Cory McDaniel, Horace Sears, Kylie Kwame, Garrett Hogan, and Jack McDonald.
Beef Showman. I think with what is it, 7 out here. Really a nice group, really diverse group of individuals out here. Really know what you're doing. Most of you are getting the fundamentals down. Got to keep in mind when I come up and handle your steers and heifers, you've got you should have a comb in your back pocket. Make sure we use it. Pull it out and comb out those steers and heifers after judge handles them. Make sure that we're set up and know where the judge is at all times, and your steers and heifers are in position, that you yourself are in the right position and not blocking the views of the judge when he's moving around and getting different views of what your animal's looking like. So quickly here, the young lady just turning around here always has her heifer set up and in position. Always got a big smile on her face. It looks like she's out here enjoying her time out here in the show ring. She's calm and collective. I don't know that she was ever in too bad of a position out here. Young man out here with the black calf here in front of me, again, does a nice job. Set up, got that head up and really posed real well. Need to remember to pull that brush out after I go through and handle the animals. Young man here, again, does a nice job. Really presents his animals quite well out here in the show ring, whether it's within class or here in Showmanship. Big smile on his face when he's out here. Young man here next in line, just, again, does a nice job keeping them set up. Maybe need to get the head up a little bit more once in a while, but overall does a nice job. Young lady, again, nice job. Maybe once in a while the feet and legs weren't always set, but you do a nice job. You knew where I was most of the time, and were set up, and you were in right positions where I could see your animal at most of the time. Young lady, you're doing a nice job. Once in a while your heifer or steer doesn't want to cooperate with you. Gets a little bit pushy out here, but overall you do a nice job. You're calm and relaxed out here. Young lady, you do a nice job with the steer, keeping him calm and collective out here. You keep him set up, you keep him attentive. Maybe want to get your hand closer to that to his chin so that you have a little better control over him. I don't know that he's going to do a whole lot. He's pretty tame out here, but that way you got a little extra control of him out here. But overall, all 7 of you do a nice job out here. Your champion intermediate showman's going to be down at this end. Young lady, you're my champion intermediate showman. For reserve, we're going to follow right here with this young lady. Congratulations to both of you. Good job.
Your champion intermediate showman goes to Carson Nylander, and reserve Rudy Wendell. Now we have our senior showmanship with Court McDonald, Claire McDonald, Forrest Sears, Kylie Connie, Garrett Halligan, and Jack McDonald. And then we will have our 2 quarter buds after our seniors, which are Caitlin, Richard, and Renee Hoffman.
beef showman. Once again, 6 representatives are here in your senior beef showman. Again, I think they do a nice job out here. Few things as we walk through. Young lady up here, red steer, does a nice job. Really calm and collect out here. Keeps that steer set up for the most part, and does a nice job of keeping his head up and being attentive out here to what he needs to do out here. Nice job to that young lady. Young man out here, he's been out here quite a bit, and is, I think, just about everyone else at multiple species today. Does a nice job. Really attentive. I don't know. I think you didn't get your comb out after we went through and handled the animals. Make sure we pull that comb out and go back over and brush through the hair after go through and handle. Young man, you do a nice job as well. You keep the steers set up. You keep them attentive out here. Make sure your comb, make sure you get that turned the other way in your back pocket there, so the points are actually pointed towards you and not towards the outside, so if you bump into something, you don't poke them. Young lady, do a nice job out here. Once in a while, maybe not quite as set up like we should be. And your steer's not necessarily working the best for you out here, but you're doing a nice job. You're staying calm and relaxed and everything out there. Young man does a nice job, really calm and collective out here, really cool. Maybe need to pick up the intensity just a notch more. Maybe need to move just a little bit quicker to get into the right positions out here to show off the views of your animal just a little bit better. Young man with the red heifer here down here, again, does a nice job. Keeps the animal set up and presented to the best of his ability, and gets himself in the right positions so that I can see all angles of that heifer when I am walking through. For me, today your champion, senior beef showman, young lady at this end with the red steer, reserve senior beef showman, young man down here with the red heifer. Congratulations. Good job.
Our grand champion senior beef showman goes to Kylie and reserve for steers. Now we will have our 2 clover bucks, Kaylee Richard and Ridley Hoffman. And right after that, we're going to go to right hand just around robin. Isabel Croft, Kylie Kwame, Eric Halligan, Isabel Euchre, Drew Olson, Lincoln Swenson, Hayden Weezer, Forrest Sears, Madison Kraft, Danny Wendell, Bennett Reed, Rudy Wendell, Meyer Wendell, Garrett Halligan, Claire Christensen, Colton Hoffman, Hawkins Kwame, Carson Melander, Rudy Wendell, Kylie Kwame, and Forrest Sears.
We got two players representing your base division, and I think both of them do a nice job out here. They know a lot about their beef projects and are very excited about their beef projects. So let's give both of these two individuals a nice round of applause as they exit the arena here this afternoon. Congratulations, both of you guys. You can go out.
And with that, that will conclude the beef show here today at the Red River Valley Fair. And the livestock shows today presented by the North Dakota Farm Bureau on yourliveevent.com. We thank you for joining us here for our swine, sheep, goat, and beef shows presented again by North Dakota Farm Bureau. And we will be back on Tuesday with the horse show, and then open class Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday as well. Here at the Red River Valley Fair, the 10 best days of summer. Thanks for watching on yourliveevent.com.